All right, welcome back. It is 1 o'clock. I will first turn to our court reporter to make sure we are on the record.
Good afternoon. Yes, we are on the record.
Great. Thank you very much. And I'm looking, welcome back. It's after lunch of the afternoon, and we're reconvening for the hearing before the Administrative Hearings Office on the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I would like to go very briefly through it looks like we have one additional attendee, and I did wanted to give her an opportunity to come on camera and introduce herself. Tara Bear, if you are, I know these are new procedures, but if you are able to raise your hand on Zoom, that will put you to the top of our list. We will promote you to panelists so you can at least make a formal appearance, and then we will put you back in the attendee list, but you do have to, I think, accept the request to be a participant if you are listening. Thank you, Ms.
Hi, yes, I'm Tara Bear. I am a California certified student attorney with the Yale Environmental Justice Law and Advocacy Clinic representing the DTEC Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition parties. We have our student attorney team of about 5 of us who will be cycling in and out at different points throughout these hearings. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Bear. And with that, I believe we can go back to cross-examination by Mr. Herrick. I did want to clarify some of these, something I said, well, I'm not sure what I said earlier, but I'm going to make a clarification, which is if you are an attendee and we have previously unmuted you, that means you are able to unmute yourself. So if you have an objection, so for example, Mr. Krieger, if you have an objection, you should be able to unmute yourself and you can go ahead and raise that objection and do that. For others of you, if we haven't, I think we've heard from everyone at this point, so you should be able to have that power to mute and unmute yourself as an attendee. So I wanted to bring that to your attention as we explore our new features here. With that, it looks like we have our panelists, we have Ms. Carroll, and we have Mr. Herrick. So I will turn things back over to you, Mr. Herrick.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, I'm going to focus on CalSim 3 now for a minute, if you don't mind. As you've said in your testimony, it's a planning model. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when it's making, I'll say planning calculations, how does it treat future year needs for water quality requirements?
I'm a bit unsure about what you mean by future year needs. Could you, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, let me restate. Let's just say hypothetically we're in a dry year, but CalSim is calculating how much water can be released, how much water needs to be released, how much water can be exported, right? What does CalSim do to determine amounts of water in carryover storage for the following year's water quality needs?
Understood. There are routines in CalSim where as the year progresses and you get into an allocation season, let's say, and same for meeting water quality requirements, we use forecasted information of, the coming water season.
And so there's an actual forecast as to whether the following year will be, wet, dry, normal, or critical?
Yes, it's based on statistics, but that is how it's done.
Okay. So there's no provision. Is there any provision in a year that would increase that just in case the next year's drier than anticipated?
I think it
really
tries to mimic. Go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say, so there could be exports in the winter, right? And then a failure to meet water quality standards later in the year and a TUCP is used. That's happened before. Is that correct?
I'm not. Are you speaking about the model? Or?
Yes.
No. As far as I know, the models have not been used specifically with TUCPs as part of the assumptions.
Okay, I'll come back to that. The CalSim 3 modeling outputs, it's my understanding they're then sort of smoothed to go into DSM-2, not directly, an average all month, but smoothed to make it some sort of curve rather than a straight line. Is that correct or not?
I believe there's a routine that smooths out the monthly transitions, but then I think it may be flat after that. And my colleague, Dr. Atelovich, can maybe answer more specifically to that.
That's correct. It's a smooth curve that preserves the volumes month by month, eases the transitions, but does have a flatness in the middle of the month.
But that flatness doesn't necessarily reflect reality in that the flow in, say, the Sacramento River may go up and down, even though the CalSim 3 results are a smooth line, correct?
So I'm not sure I understood that question. Can you say that again? I think I didn't quite follow you.
Well, if the monthly average outputs are, I'm just making this up, 30,000 CFS, during the actual conditions, there might be flows above that and below that, correct? The actual flows wouldn't necessarily reflect the modeling number, right?
That's right. Yeah.
How do we take into consideration those actual numbers when calculating DSM-2 results to see if those actual numbers would cause a problem, whereas the flat average number does not?
Well, a couple of details. First of all, the same methods are used inside and outside of CalSim when doing water quality calculations, so that smoothing that's performed is performed both in CalSim and then outside of CalSim. So there's a consistency between the two, first of all. And then I think you're asking about extremes, and for the most part, when that we call it a spline, the smoothing curve. And when that was under development, we found that using it got you with, about within about 15% of most, just on average, the actual daily patterns that were in the data. That wouldn't include very spiky storm events, but of course, those aren't water quality, those aren't the conditions usually associated with water quality problems. So I think those are the two things that I can say about that, is that there's a consistency and that it is usually a fairly good marker of the daily flows, but it does have a flatness in the middle of the month.
So do you have an opinion as to whether or not those actual fluctuations may result in impacts that are not captured when we use the when you use the CalSim 3 monthly average data?
Well, first of all, can you define impacts, just so that we're...
Changes in water quality, changes in stage, stuff like that.
One of the things that I think is commonly said about, differences between real-time operations and the planning models, is there's actually a lot of opportunities in real-time operations to comply with, in other words, it is essentially a two-sided question. Yes, in some cases there might be surprises at higher frequency, but much more often I think there are operational opportunities that would make water quality a little bit lower. So they offset each other to some extent. But yes, it is a monthly model. So in the end, that's probably the limit of what we can say about the time frame of compliance.
Well, you talk about operational opportunities. Are you aware of any operational changes that DWR or the Bureau make to try to improve South Delta water quality?
I'm not really familiar with the South Delta water quality arm of the operations, so I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Reyes, do the modeling scenarios that have been performed and used in CalSim 3 or CalSim 3, how do they address future needs of the area of origins?
Again, yeah, similar to previously, could you define future needs and also area of origins for me, actually?
Well, without testifying, let's just say that somewhere in the Sacramento, watershed, somebody applies for a water right application to take away from a state or federal operation now. In other words, recover the water under an area of origin theory. Did you generally understand that that's a possibility, or way too far afield here?
Yeah, you might be a little far afield from me. Maybe Dr. Draper might have some knowledge of that.
So if you're talking about area of origin and land use within the upper watersheds of the Sierra Nevada, under existing conditions, we're basing our consumptive use estimates on existing land use. And we do have a 2040 estimate of land use, but that is mostly used on the valley floor. It would seem subjective to put in our model potential claims for water rights. So no, we do not.
Does the model treat it as such future use? Does that treat it as less unimpaired flow, or does it ever decrease the amount of water that the two projects might be able to divert in the delta?
Let me explain what the model does, and hopefully that will address your question. So those upper watersheds, we started with model inputs, unimpaired flows, the streams and rivers of the Sierra Nevada. We then include in our model operational logic for water management structures. So that there may be diversion to storage and collection to storage. There may be releases for hydropower for flow requirements. There may be releases for urban demands and in-basin consumptive use from agricultural needs. By and large, the water demands, the agricultural water demands, or the urban water demand, no, agricultural water demands in the upper basin haven't been increased for the modeling at 2040.
Does the 2040 modeling result in any decrease in the storage in CVP or SWP reservoirs?
Well, if you differentiate between the foothill reservoirs such as Oroville and the mountain reservoirs, I mean, for the State Water Project, we only represent 3 of the State Water Project reservoirs above Lake Oroville, and they're not really being operated for water supply purposes. They're more being operated for fisheries and recreation. So are you asking a question about operation of Lake Oroville?
Well, let me start over. Does the CalSim 3 modeling for the 2040 scenario have a decrease in overall storage or annual storage for Shasta? In other words, does that future demand result in less CVP stored water in Shasta, or is it just less water available in the system?
Objection outside of scope of testimony.
There are 2 processes if you're looking at 2040. One is the hydrology, so the inflow, the amount and timing to the reservoirs will change when compared to existing conditions. The reservoirs will also be operating to changes in water demands within the valley floor. But we try to keep the reservoirs roughly within the same band of storage. I mean, if you think of, you had an earlier question about carryover storage, I believe. So we're trying to maintain the same level of risk, if you like, trying to balance current water demands with providing sufficient carryover storage in case future years are dry.
So does that mean that the CalSim 3 modeling for the year 2040 doesn't show a decrease in exports of stored water?
Well, that's going to be a question for panel 2. I'm trying to answer questions relating to the tool rather than the results for a particular application.
Well, that's fine, but I'm trying to find out what the tool does. What does CalSim 3 do with regard to that future demand? What's the effect of that? Is it less storage or is it less something else? Because you just said, I think, that you're still trying to maintain, storage and carryover under that 2040 scenario.
Okay, so if we look at whether it's existing conditions or whether it's a 2040 scenario, the reservoirs are being operated for non-discretionary requirements. I mean, that could be flood control, that could be in-stream flow requirements, it could be those Delta standards that you've mentioned. After meeting those non-discretionary requirements, the model's going to make discretionary decisions about water supply to its water supply contractors. So if it's a change in water supply conditions, the model will adjust. So if there are changed water supply conditions until 2040, the model will adjust. It will adjust its discretionary releases, and it will try to maintain the same level of risk in terms of meeting current water demand, as opposed to maintaining water in storage as a hedge for future dry years.
So the CalSim 3 model is concluding that in 2040 conditions, it will adjust operations to maintain the same level of demand?
Not same level of demand, same level of storage. Demand is going to change because we have climate change, we have population increase, we have land use changes. So the model is expecting that water demands will be different. You were talking about storage in Lake Shannon. So the model is generally trying to maintain the same level of risk, the same balance between meeting current water demands in the current water year compared to maintaining water in storage as a hedge against future dry years.
How do we maintain that? How do we maintain if there's increased demand by 2040? How do we maintain the same storage and exports?
I didn't say we maintain the same exports. I said we adjusted the discretionary releases, which are discretionary releases for water service contractors. So obviously there's a balance between water supply and releases to meet water demands.
Okay, well, I sense a hesitation to say there'll be less exports, but that's what I'm getting at. Does the 2040 scenario anticipate less exports then? And I don't know, I'm just asking what the model does.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I got distracted.
Does the model show less exports under the 2040 scenario?
And if you could ask that question of panel 2, when they'll be answering questions on a particular application.
Okay. Mr. Reyes, on your testimony on page 4, if we can bring that up, it's a DWR 600, please. And starting on line 14, if we can pan down a little bit. And Mr. Reyes, you see in your testimony, that's where you talk about CalSim 3 is not able to adjust to certain things, and then you list like levee failures, fluctuation in barometric pressure, temporary short-term actions from drought and stuff like that. You see that?
Yes.
When the model operates, the CalSim 3 operates, it makes these planning decisions or planning outputs. What does the model say in years that we actually had TUCPs that changed the rules? What does the model, what do the model results show for that?
The way that these model simulations are set up is, like my statement says, it does not adjust the rules. So, like my colleague stated, we're balancing non-discretionary supply needs and discretionary supply needs. And so in this case, if you're talking about a TUCP versus, the standards that we normally adhere to, the model does not apply any TUCP like actions typically. It might have to be a special study or something, but for what we used for DCP, for the base cases, they do not adjust any rules as far as meeting, regulatory standards.
Okay, does the excuse me, does the CalSim 3 model, as it's going along, does it hit a point where it says something's not going to work, or does it just keep calculating? In other words, does it tell you, does it tell you you need a TCP, so to speak?
I think you could examine the results and, if the balance between the storage that you typically want to keep, to have water supply for subsequent years, if the simulation is showing that you're going below those levels, then that may be an indication of an adjustment that you would want to make either to your operations or, or something else.
Maybe I misunderstood. My question was, does the model, tell you, so to speak, oops, we're not going to meet our standards in 3 months or something like that? Does the model do that? I don't know.
No.
Okay. So the model doesn't tell you then, I'm sorry, so you said no, thank you. Has DWR modeled a year in which a TUCP happened to see what the CalSim 2 results would be if you adjusted the inputs for actual things, not the model, not the regular average stuff?
I think, like my statement says, for the CalSim 3 model, it's difficult to program in specific events and, that happen real time. So yeah, I don't think we've tried to recreate essentially like any specific year that matched historical regulations or and oddities with barometric pressure and things like that.
Okay, so I believe it's your testimony then that there isn't any modeling that shows. Let me back up.
Can I?
Sorry, go ahead.
If you don't mind adding one little piece to that, the CalSim 3 model is not able to adjust its rules to respond to the specific events, but at least in the cases of fluctuations in barometric pressure, its salinity calculations are aware of those events. It's just not adjusting operations in response to them. So it does carry over into the salinity, salinity state, if you will, of the model.
Well, that would not be for the South Delta, would it? We're talking about CalSim 3.
There's no appreciable barometric pressure influence on South Delta salinity. That is something that is more of a Western Delta compliance issue.
That was my point. I'm focusing on the South Delta impacts, just in case I didn't say that. Now let's quickly. I'll get back to TUCPs in a second here. But Mr. Reyes, I understand what you just said about calcium 3, and it's not really susceptible to the inputting those things. What about DSM 2? Could we use actual, excuse me, actual data from, droughts over the past 20 years and put those into DSM 2 and see what the results are?
I'll defer to my colleague, Dr. Telovich, for that answer.
We absolutely can. I mean, it's regularly used in a mode where we add a drought barrier, but we wouldn't have a basis necessarily for doing that in the context of this. I can't speak, in other words, to this particular application, but it's not a limitation of the tool.
So we could have a a base case of actual data going into DSM-2, and then we could have the case of the Delta Conveyance project case with actual data, and we could look at those results, couldn't we?
I don't think that the scenario planning around such an exercise would be pretty tough, because the with and without hydrology would be created using the CalSim model. It would require speculation as to what years would have TUCPs. And there'd be a lot of operational and legal speculation about what you would be doing with the TUCPs and or drought barriers.
Well, I'm not asking for speculation. I was saying let's use the actual data from the last 20 years, the actual data into DSM-2, and that will give you
But
one.
you suggested doing that with and without the Delta Conveyance project. Is that correct?
That's correct. So you could do one run.
No, I don't think that we have we don't have the context for creating a historical world with no Delta Conveyance project. That's essentially why we do planning studies, is to be able to create the boundary conditions and context that would occur under both of those conditions. To the extent that we've modeled drought barriers and TUCPs, we've done that, for instance, in retrospectives of particular years in hindcasts without having to create any sort of parallel world where the other condition existed or didn't exist. It's not quite so simple with the Delta Conveyance project, because the full system of river flows and reservoir operations would have to be constructed for a parallel reality that we just wouldn't have.
Well, I'm not sure I understand that. So it's correct to say then that we don't have any DSM-2 modeling results that have inputs of actual occurrences. Would that be correct to say? For purposes of this hearing.
It's too vague and ambiguous.
Yeah.
I think, Mr. Herrick, can you be more specific? 'Cause I'm a little confused too.
All of the DSM-2 modeling results for this purposes of this hearing are based upon CalSim's monthly planning outputs, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There aren't any modeling runs part of this hearing that come from a DSM-2 that had actual conditions inputted into it. Is that correct?
What would you, so can you spell out the nature of the experiment that you're thinking of?
Well, it's not an experiment. It's, say, the last 20 years, we've had a couple of droughts or more, and you could input all of that into DSM-2, right? And you could have modeling outputs, right?
Are we talking about examining? I'm a little unclear whether we sort of dropped the idea of the DCP and we're talking about examining the effect of TUCPs in general, or are we talking about doing a DCP versus non-DCP comparison?
There was no mention of a TUCP in my question.
Okay.
I was just asking you if that's been done for purposes of this hearing, has the model been run with actual data, the DSM-2 model? Simple question.
I still can't understand the relationship of your question to the Delta Conveyance project. That's my problem, because the Delta Conveyance, a with and without project comparison, we don't have two historical worlds, and it's not that easy to create the other condition when you've only been given one in real life. I'm wondering I guess I don't fully understand how you would construct such a simulation.
Dr. Atelovich, I'm only asking you, I'm not asking you to speculate on comparisons and future scenarios with the Delta Conveyance Project. I'm asking you a simple question. Do the modeling results in this hearing include any DSM-2 runs that used actual conditions as the inputs rather than the CalSim 3 inputs?
I think I would have to defer to panel 2 to find out. I'm not familiar with all the runs that were done, but I do know there would be a lot of challenges to doing that. Yeah.
Mr. Reyes, back to CalSim 3. These are a couple of questions that we have. In the CalSim 3 DSS output files submitted for this project, what does the record titled TUCP underscore trigger 1 underscore DV represent?
I'm a bit unsure. Could you be more specific and let me know which DSS file or model run you got that from?
Mr. Herrick, it'd be possible to pull up the exhibit?
This is just something we drew from the modeling results. I don't have a reference to that. This is the output files labeled. I have 3 different things and I don't know what they mean. And I was just trying to see if I'm not trying to trick you, but one of them is the TUCP underscore trigger 1 underscore DV. One is the same thing, only trigger 2. And the other one is no number, but TUCP underscore trigger underscore DV. And so,
Mr. Herrick, maybe to help, where did this come from? What are they in a file? What files are these? Are they exhibits? Are they?
they're CalSim 3 DSS output files submitted for the project.
In this proceeding?
Yes.
So they should be, I believe, exhibits, right? Or they, where did you find, are they on the AHO FTP site? And where, if so, where would we look for them? I'm wondering if we can bring up the file paths and actually look at them. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I don't know that. Excuse me. One of my consultants, as they went through the materials, said, ask these questions because I don't know what these files are. So I just thought I'd ask that. So if that's not enough information, that's not enough information. I apologize.
Right. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Reyes, do you recognize any of those titles?
No, not specifically. The DV, you mentioned part of the title had DV, and that is our shorthand for decision variable, which means it's an output, which, potentially could be a model result. And I think that will be covered in panel 2.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reyes, does the DSM-2 modeling using the CalSim 3 monthly averages take into account daily variations of export pumping, or does it just assume it's the same rate for the month?
I think Dr. Telich provided some answers to that in terms of, we do the monthly smoothing, but beyond that, I think it is, as he answered, it's using a monthly smoothing.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, let me move on here. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Let me quickly go back, and this is kind of an ask and answer, but I just want to clear the record up. We had some questions about whether or not Mr. Reyes could make any legal conclusions or not about legal users, but can we pull up DWR 600 and turn to page 1, please? And then on line, starting on line 18. So, Mr. Reyes, your testimony says that the models produce information to evaluate changes in water supply, water quality, and water levels within the DCP that may affect legal users of water. You see that? Lines 18 and 19.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Are you making any representations here about effects on legal users of water?
I think what I'm stating there is that the tools are used to evaluate the with and without condition of the Delta Conveyance project. And then any effects analysis is considered in subsequent panels.
Thank you. On page 2 of your testimony, and then lines, again, 19, 20, 21. You talk about the models are, you say, typically continuously updated to reflect the most recent physical and regulatory conditions. You see that?
Yes,
And then later on in your testimony, you talk about how the MSS process is updating the models with regard to South Delta issues, correct?
could you point me to that specific page so I know what you're talking about?
Sorry, I'm jumping around here. On page 10, excuse me, on page 10, starting with paragraph 24. And so there's a brief discussion there about the MSS process, and that's the monitoring and special studies. You see that?
I do.
And it continues on to the next page. And it says on line 2, the improvements were not available at the time of the FEIR, but there's still review going on. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, first question is, do you anticipate there being updated modeling based upon the improvements resulting from the MSS on modeling on DSM-2 model?
Could you be more specific?
I mean, are you guys, the question is DWR going to present additional information using the model after the MSS updates in this hearing? You may not know. I'm just asking.
For this hearing, you're saying?
Yes.
My initial guess is no, because that model's still not publicly available. We're still working through some details about it and making sure it's in a production level form.
Okay. Do you know the dates of the various bathymetry in the DSM-2 model that were used to produce the FEIR?
It is model version 8.2, and as to those dates, I'm not aware, but perhaps my colleague, Dr. Telovich, is aware.
I believe the last collection that went into that release was 2008.
And what's the oldest bathymetry in the DSM-2? I believe you said 8.2 version.
I don't know that number.
Would it be older than the 2008 date you just said?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Reyes, do you understand that there are times, historically there have been times when water quality has exceeded the standard in the South Delta?
I'm not generally aware of that.
Do you know of any modeling that's been done focusing on those, on any times when the water quality may have exceeded those standard?
No, not aware, but perhaps Dr. Tovich has some knowledge.
Can we, that was a very general question about modeling. Can you be a bit more specific about the study or the use of modeling that you're talking about?
Well, what I'm getting at is hypothetically, if there are times when water quality is in excess of the standard of South Delta, has DWR, as part of this process, done any special analyses of those times to see if to drill down to see what the impacts of the Delta Conveyance project might have on that situation?
The answer to that, I think, is similar to before, that you need that CalSim context and the flows with and without project. We, of course, as part of the monitoring special studies, we've looked at stressed periods in the South Delta under historical conditions. But we don't have the means inside of that framework to create a with Delta Conveyance project scenario that can be used. In other words, there's no way to graft historical into a completely different context.
Well, have you used the existing CalSim 2 and DSM-2, CalSim 3, DSM-2 modeling, and then do more detailed analyses of impacts in the South Delta, rather than the general information you've provided up to this date?
I think that would be a question for panel 2, the specifics of the questions that were studied.
Okay, but let me just follow up on that. I appreciate your answer. But DSM-2, it could calculate water quality for many locations in the South Delta, not just 3 or 4, correct?
Yes.
And it could calculate stage at many places in the South Delta, not just 3 or 4, correct?
Yes.
And so would you think it would be informative to do those runs showing the multiple areas, EC and stage changes that might result from the project?
Again, I think that the choice of output stations and the sort of the post-processing analysis belongs more to panel 2, the ones who, they're presenting results of the study, and I think that they probably could expound more on their choices of stations.
I understand, but I asked you whether you thought that would be beneficial. Or I thought I did. Wouldn't it be better to know, wouldn't it be better to see more results in the channels than just at discrete stations?
For which variables?
Salinity and stage.
I think I just defer to panel 2 as to the choice of how many there are. I think that it was a balanced decision Delta wide, I'm not sure that I would have expected a drilled down result exhaustively in the South Delta, but I think I'm just going to defer to my colleagues on that second panel.
Okay, Mr. Reyes, your testimony includes references to updates and improvements in the CalSim model generally, correct?
Yes.
And you reference, I'm not looking at it specifically, you reference, comparing historical data and and somehow changing the model to make it more reflective of actual data. Is that correct? Just as general statement, sorry.
Generally, yeah, we are trying to improve the model. Yeah.
Does the DSM-2 model, does it include, I'll say calculations that estimate channel diversions for local ag?
Yeah, I think I'll defer to Dr. Atelovich for that.
Yes, it does.
And does it include some provision for discharges of drainage water?
Yes, it does.
And does it include some provision for either depletions or accretions to the channels from the groundwater in the area?
Certainly, it includes calculations of seepage in a direction from channel towards submerged islands.
Okay, well, the South Delta doesn't have submerged islands. In
Okay.
the South Delta, does the DSM-2 does the
Sure.
DSM-2 have a treatment for an exchange between the channels and the groundwater?
Excuse me, I meant lowland areas. I said submerged. I meant below sea levels.
Okay, I'm not trying to trick you. So
Yeah.
you think it does have a provision for channel seepage into the island?
Yes, that's right.
Does it have any provision for shallow groundwater in the South Delta Islands accreting into the river?
No,
When was the last time that the diversions, when was the last time that the DSM-2 diversion calculation in the South Delta been updated?
it was updated. That was that was a change that occurred the last time or
The last time in the models that were
well,
used?
there was an important update going into the D. That was one of the improvements that was made for the Delta Conveyance project. The version 8.2.0 included an update in the methodology.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm asking for the date. What was the, when was any update for DSM-2's treatment, that may not be the wrong word, treatment of diversions from the channels for agricultural purposes? If you know.
I believe that you mean a year date. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
I believe the date of release was 2021 was the last time that package was updated in a public release. And then in part of the monitoring the special studies, some study has been made of that. Again, that's in a forthcoming release.
Is the 2021 date the release date, or is it the date of the updating of the treatment of diversions? In other words, was the treatment of diversions change prior to 2021?
I don't know. What I do know is that the version of the model in version 8.2.0 was the date that a model, it's called DTAW DCD. It was a combination of evapotranspiration and treatment of applied water model that was incorporated into DSM-2. It was considered a pretty good update on the prior consumptive use model, and that was 8.2.0 was the version of the model that I believe was used for DCP work.
Okay, same question, looking for a date for the last update on drainage treatment by the model from South Delta Islands.
The package that I'm speaking of would have updated diversion, seepage, and drainage, all three of them as a group. it's a water, there's a water balance involved in the production of that product, so that the three have to be coordinated to provide a coherent product.
Mr.
And then, yeah, and
Are you-
then,
Awesome.
yeah.
I was gonna say, are you aware of any actual investigation of drainage from South Delta Islands into the rivers, or did somebody just do a balance of water supply or something to determine that number?
It is a evapotransport. The model is one that does a model using of a land water balance for the tracts and islands and other areas based. It estimates evapotranspiration based on crop usage and estimates applied water that's used for those crops.
But I'm asking about drainage. Has there been any
No,
ground?
the only
Eli, let me finish my question.
Yeah.
Has there been any investigation, any ground truthing of the amounts and salinity of drainage going from agricultural lands back into the rivers?
There was a report done approximately 14 years ago by a researcher at DWR named Barry Montoya in the South Delta that did look at discharge concentrations from drains. There have been, as part of the monitoring special studies, there were what we call high-speed transects. So a boat would travel up through the channels and look at concentrations in the channel, but proximate to the drains. Those are the ground truthings that I'm aware of. As also part of the MSS, there was a request made to local irrigation districts to help monitor the discharges, but that never came to fruition.
That's pretty good argument, but the Montoya report, that was just a limited section of Old River, wasn't it? That wasn't the whole South Delta. Is that correct?
It was a South Delta specific study, but it certainly went up into, for instance, Paradise Cut and some of the adjacent tributaries in Old River. Middle River sometimes gets a little shorted on these transect studies because you need better conditions to get through Middle River. It's a shallower channel. Grant Line is straightforward and is often included, but water quality, I think, is better understood in Grant Line just by nature of it having more conveyance and more connection between the station.
Eli, I'm trying to get specific answers here. You can explain after you answer if you don't mind, but are you saying that the Montoya report was throughout the South Delta rather than just Old River?
Old River and adjacent tributaries.
Okay.
So it depends on how you would categorize, for instance, Paradise Cut.
And you said sampling has been done by boats driving by discharges, right?
That's right. And there was during the MSS also some specialty equipment put in some of the, in the tributaries in areas that were adjacent to drains. So they picked up spikes in concentration that were higher, let's say, than the ambient just channel concentration, which is a kind of a diluted, especially if you get into Old River proper, there's some dilution that's occurred from mixing with San Joaquin flume.
All right, never mind. Let's see, on page 4, Mr. Reyes. Excuse me, page 11. Excuse me for jumping around. Page 11, your testimony on line 18. And on line 18, you say that DSM-2 continues to serve as a robust tool for forecasting. Do you mean that, is that different than predicting?
There are different versions of DSM-2 that can be used in different modes. And in a forecast mode, the inputs to DSM-2 are like, forecasted future flows that we get from our folks in the operations and maintenance group. And they are the group in DWR that use that version of the model more frequently.
When you're talking about forecasting, are you talking about predicting conditions or not?
Yes, they get short-term forecasts from, I forget the name of the weather service group that they get that from, but it may project out like a week or 2 weeks. And so that it's used to forecast, conditions in the Delta, essentially, that may be upcoming. And I think it informs our operational decision-making short-term.
On page 6, starting on line 22, can we move to that, please? And starting on line 22, this is part of your testimony. We're talking about calibrating and updating the models. Is that, I'm just generally that correct? I don't want to misstate that.
Sorry, I got lost here on page 6.
Page 6, line 22. It's on the screen.
Mhm.
Anyway, it says CalSim 3 uses artificial neural network models to
Gotcha.
estimate salinity at selected compliance stations.
Mhm.
What compliance stations are in that group that are in the South Delta?
There are none there.
Thank you. Excuse me. That. And on page 8, if we may go to page 8, line 11. Do you see that in your testimony?
Yes.
And part of the sentence, I don't want to be unfair here, it talks about DSM-2 version 8.1.2, but exhibited an improved agreement with observed data across several key locations. And do those key locations include anything in the South Delta?
I will defer to my colleague, Dr. Atelovich, on exactly which are the key locations that we studied in this report.
I would need to refer to the validation document for the Old River Tracy station. I cannot recall that station.
That's fine. Do you think there's one station in the South Delta then that was one of those key locations?
I know that the validation document does Tracy, yes. And I believe it also includes Old River at Highway 4, which is a good indicator of the sort of southwestern Delta sidewater, which is often considerably different. And it may, for some variables, at least for flow and stage, I believe it also considers the Old River at Head station. There are, so I think it depends by variable, but there are several South Delta variables in that document.
Okay, Old River at Highway 4 doesn't have anywhere near the same water quality problems as, say, Old River, Middle River, Dowdy Cut, does it, Eli? Dr. Atelovich? I mean, that's Central Delta flow, isn't it?
Well,
Highway.
There's a lot of I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of value judgment in that statement, and I'm not sure that for instance, I think I would need to know the criteria for water quality problems and sort of what what the key is that you're getting at.
Well, Dr. Telovich, Highway 4 at Old River is where the cross delta flow is flowing towards the pumps, right?
That's
pretty
correct.
That's pretty
Yeah.
good water quality generally, isn't it?
It is often, it is often better than the like middle of Old River water quality, yes.
Often. That was a funny question, Eli. Often or always?
I can't recall, I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, on page 10, please. On line 10. Excuse me, line 13. It talks about how DSM-2 updated version compares to prior version and what was understated or overstated. But then on line 13, you say this underprediction was particularly pronounced in 2012 and 16. It says likely there were local salinity sources. Mr. Reyes, what's your basis for saying it was likely salinity sources rather than something wrong with the modeling?
I think that is a case where we were getting some discrepancy between the simulated and observed, and Dr. Telovich can probably expand on what we've observed there.
Yeah, I can give an example of how we know that, I think. Yeah.
Well, I don't mean to hear it out, sir. I have limited time. Dr. Telovich is offering to give me an example. I'm just looking for the basis for saying there were likely salinity sources. I'm running out of time.
It's based on periods of investigation where water quality on the San Joaquin and on the western side were good, and yet you would still see these spikes. That the DSM-2's performance, although we give sort of overall metrics and skill metrics, there's really a division between periods when the South Delta salinity is more driven by San Joaquin flow and periods when it's driven by something else. And what we do is we look at the San Joaquin inflow.
If I may, Eli, this question
Okay.
dealt with Old River at Bacon Island. I'm not asking about South Delta. I'm asking why there was a conclusion that when the model was underestimating EC at Old River Bacon Island, why is the conclusion that it's likely a local salinity source? It's a simple question. I'm trying to be
that has to do with time series, what we call coherence. So what you do in that case is you look at the Bacon Island salinity and you look at the next more western, the downstream side, like something like Jersey Point. And much of the year, what you'll see is what we call time series coherence. The two wiggle together, and you can tell that salinity has propagated in from the western side through Frank's Track and into the central delta. During the times when you see the higher error, generally what you see, and this is evident particularly at the Bacon Island example that's referred to here, is erratic wiggles that have no tie to anything that happened on the ocean side. So if you don't see it if you don't see it in the other stations that are sort of the gateway to the central delta, there's no way that those erratic wiggles can just suddenly form spontaneously at one station. So we generally attribute those to local sources because they didn't come from one of the boundaries.
Never mind. Mr. Reyes, on same page on line 16, you mentioned dry bias. I don't understand what that is. What is dry bias?
It says it in the parentheses, it's a under, meaning that it's underestimates in the calibrating model.
So for whatever reason, it just typically underestimates the result. Is that what you're saying?
I think generally when you look at the calibration and the validation, it's good, but even the goodness of fit, R squared term we're looking at, you can tell if it's tends to underpredict, and it may not be by a lot, but it tends to skew on one side.
Yeah.
And then I'm nearing the end here. Sorry, Hearing Officer Kenzie, page 12. And again, the first paragraph there, if I may read it, it says the planning analyses conducted to assess long-term changes in water resources are complex endeavors necessitating the use of models like CalSim 3 and DSM-2. These models, while invaluable tools, are simplified representations of the intricate water resources system. They provide insights into the potential impacts, both positive and negative, of proposed project and operational changes within this dynamic environment. You see that testimony, Mr. Reyes?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you say they provide insights, what do you mean by that?
I think it's noted in my appropriate use of models, where we say it's best used in a comparative sense, but not in an absolute sense. And so we are defining these positive and negative impacts through statistical methods, and they can provide information about the impacts of a with and without case, or a comparative case.
Would you say that insights into potential impacts is the same thing as determining if there's injury to a legal user of water?
I can't answer to the aspects of any legal users of water or legal impacts, I should say.
Well, do you know that the modern results that are produced here, do you know that they indicate that there will not be injury to a user of water?
That will be covered in panel 2, in terms of if there are any impacts, they will demonstrate those in panel 2.
How does that jive with it? The modeling results are to assess long-term changes in water. And by that, I mean the impacts could be very short-term. They could be 1 day, they could be 1 week, they could be 1 month. Is the model appropriate for determining those impacts?
I'll defer to my colleague, Dr. Atelovich, for that.
That's right. I withdraw the question. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Sorry for the long time it took.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick.
Thank you for the witnesses.
Thank you.
And I will look to the witnesses, since, especially Mr. Reyes, since you have been mostly on the spot. How are you? Do you need a break, or are you okay if we continue for another?
A break would be nice.
Break would be nice. Okay, fair enough. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back, or 6-minute break. We'll come back at 2:15.
Thanks.
All right, it is 2:15. I will turn first to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Sorry. Difficulty unmuting. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Great, thank you. It's a new system. And I see, Mr. Krieger, you have a hand up. I'm sorry if I missed that before the break. Please, to my team, or Mr. Krieger, if you have the ability to come off mute, please go ahead.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
And I apologize for belaboring this, but as an attendee, I only have the option of raising my hand. And of course, I want to minimize the disruption related to objections by raising my hand and going through the process of having to unmute, et cetera. So I'm hoping there may be a quick solution to just to
And I
unmute.
don't mean to cut you off. I believe now you have the power. So to mute and unmute yourself. We can run it. Can we run a test? Can we run a test? I am going to mute you, and then you will attempt to unmute.
Okay. Have I done it successfully?
You did successfully.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your indulgence.
No, and I appreciate everyone bearing with us as we work through some of these things. But that's my understanding is once we unmute you once, then you have the power to keep doing it, I think, is how it works. But it's a new system.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. Is there anything, are we all set?
That's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Busher, I think I saw you next.
I'm just next in line for cross-examination whenever we're ready.
Indeed, yes. And if we can, to my team, if you would please promote Mr. Busher to a panelist. Mr. Moore.
I just have a quick question about procedure. Since Mr. Krieger has now been accorded the opportunity to comment on evidentiary objections, I'm just wondering if others also would like to do so. What is the procedure for getting in the queue on that, or just efficiently signaling that we want that to happen?
I think when we get in these procedural discussions, and this is, I'm drawing back on what we've done in other meetings. When we get into this back and forth, a hand raise is a good way because when there's a list and I can move down them. But if we're in the middle of testimony and an objection needs to be raised, if it's an interruption type thing, please, you now have the power to unmute yourself. So you may exercise that power. Use it wisely, please. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Meserve.
Hi there. Not to belabor the point, I did write an email about this as a question and maybe it's on purpose, but I don't have the ability. Oh, now I do right now when I'm speaking, but I only have the hand throughout what we just went through. I didn't have the ability to unmute. So if I wanted to interrupt, which I didn't, but so I'm not quite clear about the powers.
We're working this through. Once we unmute, it should be, and I'll ask my team for the, at least for the recognized attorneys, or those who have been participating today, if we can grant the ability to come off mute, even as attendees, that would be appropriate.
Thank you.
Those who made appearances and are actively participating. And thank you, all of you, for, as we work through this, we'll get used to it quickly. We'll find the most efficient ways. So thank you. Anything else before I turn things over to Mr. Busher? And I will ask for our witnesses, if you would please come back on camera when you're ready.
Okay.
So, excuse me,
Yes.
Dr. Telovich is not able to turn his video on. It says it is disabled by the host. There it goes.
Okay, that did
You
it.
got the invitation back.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Welcome back. And Mr. Busher, you may ask your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kenzie. Good afternoon, Mr. Reyes and Dr. Draper and Dr. Atelovich. My name is Eric Busher. I'm the managing attorney at San Francisco Baykeeper. one of the protesting parties in this case. I've got some questions for you. I'll try not to retread anything that Mr. Herrick went through. And I think most of my questions are directed at you, Mr. Reyes, so we'll start there. I understand correctly, you've been with DWR since 1998?
Yes, I believe so. Right,
And
25 plus years. So yeah, I don't remember the exact year, but yes.
okay. And have you worked on Bay Delta and Central Valley issues that entire time?
Yes.
And you're currently a manager as of beginning of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Do you have a reporting relationship with Mr. Singh? Do you work on the same team? Do you report to him? Does he report to you?
Could you be more specific when you're talking about Mr. Singh? Which individual are you talking about? You got a first
Amardeep
name?
Singh?
Amardeep, will I have a reporting relationship with him? No.
You work in different teams or groups?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have some general questions for you when you're modeling future projects, including climate change scenarios. Do you agree that there are a wide range of plausible future climate change scenarios?
I do, yes.
And same thing is true with sea level rise scenarios?
Yes.
And in order to accurately or in a way that's valuable, model those long-term water infrastructure projects like this one, is it important to consider that wide range of plausible future scenarios?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you agree that our understanding of future climate change scenarios and associated events like sea level rise is, kind of rapidly evolving and expanding?
Yes, generally.
And in modeling the Delta Conveyance project, do you agree it's important to have kind of the most accurate possible reflections of the future conditions under which the project will operate?
I think, using a term like accurate for, climate conditions many years into the future is, I kind of don't know in that instance or in that kind of example what that exactly would mean or entail. But I think using the best available science for coming up with changed climate conditions is important. Yes.
So it may be that because it's really hard to accurately project what's going to happen in the future, that you would want to consider more potential outcomes or potential conditions, correct?
You would want to look at some, I guess a subset of potential outcomes.
Do you think it's important to have as accurate a possible reflection of future land use projections in modeling the DCP?
Again, in terms of land use, these are projections. And so when you're projecting something 20 years into the future, what exactly is accurate, it's pretty tough to define.
Okay. And is that the same answer with respect to climate and hydrology in the future?
Yes.
Okay. In modeling the Delta Conveyance project, do you agree that it is important to most accurately reflect future regulatory conditions?
Yeah, same thing. That's highly speculative of what any future regulatory condition might be.
Do you think it is the future climate conditions are more or less speculative than the, for example, next update to the Bay Delta plan conditions?
Objection.
Is there a
Sorry,
basis for the objection? Please go ahead.
multiple objections, apologies. Big and ambiguous calls for speculation.
So,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I mean, I'm happy to respond to that or other objections in the future if it's helpful. I don't want to waste my time doing that if they're going to be overruled anyway. So, I mean, I think he testified.
Will you try the question again? That will help me.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
You've described both the future regulatory conditions and future climate conditions as speculative or hard to accurately assess in the future, correct?
I think difficult to ascertain if it's accurate. Maybe I'll couch it that way.
Do you think it is easier or harder to ascertain the accuracy of an update to the Bay Delta plan than future climate conditions?
Again, I think that's speculative, and I wouldn't want to speculate on that.
You understand we have a draft update to a Bay Delta plan, correct?
I'm aware, yes.
Okay. Do you have any education or degrees in climate science?
I do not know. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Do you have any educational background or degrees in climate science?
I guess have done some study of climate science, but whether not formal education and no degree, definitely not a degree.
Have you published any papers on climate science?
I have not.
Do you consider yourself to be an expert in future climate change or climate science?
I do not. And so the climate change assumptions that we've used in our modeling, was developed by a panel of national experts for this.
You don't have any opinion about whether those assumptions are accurate or inaccurate. You're just applying the assumptions that you were given.
Again, I think using the term accurate for something that's a projection, I think is you wouldn't know until you got to 20 years in the future if that prediction back then was accurate. Right?
So fair enough. Do you have any opinion as to whether those assumptions that you are relying on were appropriate or reasonable?
I'm essentially deferring to the opinion of experts in that case.
Okay. Is most of your work or all of your work with DWR related to operation of the State Water Project or the Central Valley Project?
Yes, it's in the operations of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project.
During your over 25 years of working for DWR on operations of the State Water Project and Central Valley Project, have operations of those projects had a positive or negative impact on the Bay Delta ecosystem?
Objection, Stephanie Morris for DWR calls for speculation outside the scope of this witness's testimony and expertise.
He's worked on this stuff for more than 25 years. If he doesn't know, he can say that.
And I'll overrule it, but Mr. Reyes, you can caveat as you see appropriate.
Yeah, could you repeat the question, please?
During your over 25 years of working for DWR on the Central Valley Project and State Water Project operations, have operations of those projects had a positive or negative impact on the Bay Delta ecosystem?
Yeah, I think that's beyond the scope of my testimony in this case.
Do you have any opinion about that?
I wouldn't want to speculate.
Would you have to speculate to form an opinion about that?
I think it depends on, anyone's perspective, positive or negative. So that's why
I'm curious. Fair enough. And I'm curious about your perspective, having worked on these issues for 27 odd years.
So what's the question again? I'm sorry.
Do you believe during your time working on the State and Central Valley Water projects that the operation of those projects have had a positive or negative impact on the Bay Delta ecosystem?
I think they've supplied water to beneficial uses.
Fair enough. In your testimony, you described that CalSim 3 and DSM 2 are used to evaluate projected changes in water supply, water quality, and water levels. Is there anything else that those models analyze beyond those three categories?
Water storage. I think if that was not mentioned.
I believe there's also excuse me, can I? There's also, I think, I believe a study of reversing flow upstream on the Sacramento River that was based on the question of salmon migration. So the more the excursion from the upper part of the Sacramento near I Street down and through the system, and how intakes would impact that.
Does CalSim 3
Oh, I thought you
have any
included DSM-2 in that because you were mentioning stage and water. I'm sorry, I thought you included DSM-2 in your question.
So fair enough. Does either CalSim 3 or DSM 2 analyze impacts on migrating salmonids? Is that an output from the model in any form?
Objection, misstates testimony outside the scope of these experts' expertise.
So I'm genuinely didn't understand your answer, Dr. Telovich. So
you asked if there were other investigations. I think I'm going to defer though to panel 2 as far as results on that, because I'm not even sure if it's panel 2 really that has that result, but I know that I know it was looked at.
okay, so let me try this differently. Can we put exhibit 600 on the screen, please? Mr. Reyes' written testimony. And at page 1, lines 18 and 19, the middle of paragraph 2. So, Mr. Reyes, you say CalSim 3 and DSM 2 were used in evaluating changes in water supply, water quality, and water levels. And then you added water storage to that list. Is there anything else that the outputs from CalSim 2 are analyzing, or all the other stuff is somebody's taking the output from CalSim 2 and applying it to some other framework or model or analysis?
Yeah, that's my understanding, is that those outputs of certain water supply and you know the rest of that list are then taken as inputs into another framework of analysis, you know, for aquatic species and water quality.
And other than water storage, is there anything else to add to the categories that you have in paragraph 2?
Nothing's coming to mind at the moment, no.
Okay, thank you. There was some discussion this morning, or I think this morning, about discretionary or non-discretionary constraints that exist in CalSim 3. Are the regulatory constraints non-discretionary?
Yes, they have a priority for being met first.
Okay. And do I understand correctly that those regulatory constraints are D1641, correct?
Yes.
Anything else?
The exact specifics of the model used for this, I'm having trouble recollecting because I'm dealing with different versions of the models all the time. And so I believe they have a form of the biopsy. I forget if it's the 2008, 2009, or if it's been updated to the 2019 biops, but that is, I think, covered by panel 2 when they go over the assumptions list for the baseline models and the with project models.
Okay. it does not include the 2024 BIOPS or ITP, correct? For the projects.
I think that'll be covered by panel 2.
Okay. Can you change the regulatory constraints in CalSim 3?
Yes, there's an ability to model different regulatory constraints.
Okay. Can CalSim 3 be used to model a regulatory constraint that consisted of a % of unimpaired flow requirement?
It can, you can modify it to represent many types of regulations or operations. So as a capability of the model, I believe it could, yes.
Okay. So if DWR had chosen to, or chose to in the future, it could model a 55% unimpaired flow requirement on the Sacramento River using CalSim 3, correct?
Given the assumptions required to do that, I believe it has that capability.
Are you aware of whether DWR has done that?
Objection as to relevance.
Overruled.
You know, in my 25 years, yeah, I recall there was a time where we were assisting the board to develop that type of study. But yeah, I don't recall what ultimately ended up with that study. We were just assisting them.
Has DWR, to your knowledge, undertaken any attempt to have a % unimpaired flow model for the Sacramento River since 2018?
Not to my knowledge.
Can you have a regulatory requirement in CalSim 3 that would require no diversions occur from the new intakes between January and June unless the net delta outflow index is greater than 42,800 CFS?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Well, let me ask it more generally. Can you include a regulatory requirement in CalSim 3 that would prevent diversion of water between January and June based on a CFS amount of net delta outflow?
I think generally, you know, the model's pretty capable of being able to represent, you know, proposed conditions. So generally, my answer would be, I think the model can do that if given the right assumptions.
Are you aware of any attempt by DWR to run CalSim 3 with a requirement, a regulatory constraint that no diversions occur from January through June unless net delta outflow is greater than 42,000 CFS?
Can you be more specific? You're saying no diversions. Could you specify what we mean by that, or where?
So let's say no diversions from the new intakes between January and June unless net delta outflow is greater than 42,000 CFS.
Yeah, I believe you could develop a code set that could model that.
Okay. Has DWR, to your knowledge, undertaken any effort or modeled a code set like that?
I'm not aware. I didn't work on the modeling for the Delta Conveyance project specifically, so I'm not aware.
Okay. Are you aware of that kind of modeling outside of the Delta Conveyance project?
I'm not.
Okay. Can calcium 3, well, are the conditions to calcium 3, I'm sorry, are the inputs to calcium 3 related to precipitation, the actual conditions that historically occurred?
I think generally yes, but precipitation estimates for the whole state are pretty difficult to have, like historical measured values. So there are techniques that we've used and there are products that we've used that represent precipitation historically. And perhaps my colleague, Dr. Draper, can expand on.
So let me ask this way. Is it right to say, and Dr. Draper, if you can answer this, feel free, but either one of you, is it right to say that the inputs for calcium 3 for precipitation
I would divide
started with actual data, and then you had to do some work to fill in data gaps where you didn't have all of it?
For the hydrology development, we can divide the model domain into the mountain and foothill watersheds, and then the valley floor. So the inputs to the mountain watersheds are not precipitation. They're based on observed runoff. So inflows to calcium 3, let's say, inflow to one of Placer County Water Agency's Middle Fork Project reservoirs, that's based on observed gauge data. It's not related to modeling precipitation, snow accumulation, and snowmelt. On the valley floor, we have to determine crop water demands for the agricultural sector. And that is based on, partly based on historical precipitation. That historical precipitation is obtained from the PRISM group, and it's gridded data. So we can calculate precipitation over the historical period throughout the valley floor.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ray, let me turn back to you. Coming back to these categories that are here at lines 18 and 19, is water supply, as you're describing it, generally a model input?
Water supply, I mean, in that, where I'm referring it there is, it's an input to the model, is an aspect of input, but it also, you know, we define that as an output as well, in terms of maybe where water ends up.
So I appreciate that. I'm just trying to understand how it's used here, because it, like you said, can mean both things.
Well,
And
it
that,
means both things in that
it
case.
does here. Okay, thank you. Mr. Reyes, you described calcium 3 and DSM 2 as the best available technical tools for analyzing, right, the DCP in making comparisons. Are calcium 3 and DSM 2 the best available tools for any non-comparative purposes?
I think it depends on, you know, the particular application that you're looking at, but yeah, I think they often are. If you're looking at a long-term planning of a state water project or a Central Valley project, or if you're looking at water quality in Delta, you know, they are some of the best tools to be used for those purposes.
If we could go to page 2, line 21 to 22. You say that the versions of calcium 3 and DSM 2 reflect the best available models at that time. When is at that time?
At the time of the submission of the FEIR or development of the FEIR.
Okay, so when I assume developing the FEIR took quite some time, plus the time spent on the draft. So can you narrow that down at all?
I think it was 2021 when it was submitted. And so it was pretty reflective of the up-to-date tools at that time.
Okay. Go to page 3, please. Line 15 and the footnote at the bottom. So can you explain the 6-year discrepancy in the model run for the FEIR based on CalSim 3 and the description at lines 14 and 15?
Yes. At the time of the FEIR, the model version at that time had only had data up to 2015.
Okay.
It takes, a bit of time to process that data and to create new inputs for the model. And so, we didn't develop the extension to 2021 until I think it was 2023, right? Andy?
Okay.
Yeah, the extension was done. It was done on behalf of the Bureau of Reclamation for their long-term operations of the CDP and SWP, and that work was done after completion of the draft, the modeling for the draft EIR.
Which time period was used for any model runs related to the DCP's incidental take permit?
I'm not specifically aware of that. It'll be covered in panel 2, I believe, but I believe it is up to 2021.
Were the model runs for CalSim, any CalSim 3 model runs for the projects take permit? I'm sorry, for the Delta Conveyance projects take permit? Were the regulatory constraints from the ITP included in those?
I think I would defer that answer or that question to panel 2.
In general, in CalSim 3, any conditions on the DCP from its ITP are not included, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not following the question. Could you restate that, please?
I mean, I guess if you don't know, and I need to ask panel 2 about the ITP model runs and the conditions imposed, I can do that. If you know what those conditions were, I'd like to know. But
yeah, I think that they'd be better.
Okay.
Answer that.
We go to page 4, lines 15 through 17, or 14 through 17. So Mr. Ray, you spent some time with Mr. Herrick on this. I just got a couple of additional questions. And if those 4 examples in lines 15 and 16 of reasons that the model does not kind of accurately reflect conditions at a specific time, setting aside the TUCP category, do you have an understanding for how frequent those examples occur? How frequently?
There's examples I list there.
Yeah, so you've got levee failures, fluctuations in barometric pressure, or unplanned facility outages. So for those 3, how common are those?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on barometric pressure changes and how frequent they are. But in terms of like levee failures, I don't think that's frequent. And those. And then temporary short-term actions in times of drought. I mean, I think it's
Well, I want to set those aside.
Yeah.
So,
an unplanned facility outage. Yeah, I don't think they happen much, but they have happened. At times, like we had a recent pumping plant that had an electrical fire that had to shut down for some time. So things like that.
okay.
Can I add, and I apologize for repeating something that I said earlier, though, which is that the barometric events are more common, but they are represented as CalSim is calculating salinity. Those are part of the simulation. They should be captured to some extent in the title part of the model, but their response to it would not be.
So, Dr. Telovich, let me follow up with that, because Mr. Reyes' testimony says the CalSim 3 model does not adjust its rules to respond to specific events that may have occurred, and that's why it doesn't always match historical conditions. And he identifies as these 4 examples. So I'm just trying to get a sense, right? I guess first,
well, okay.
Do changes in barometric pressure not do what Mr. Reyes says they do?
Well, changes in barometric pressure create fluctuations in coastal water levels that are not represented explicitly in the tidal signal that is in the surrogates. They tend to tally at times with the tidal energy metric that is there. So it's more like there's a correlation between the tidal component that is in the surrogates and water levels. It's not a complete overlap. And then the other point that I was trying to make is that CalSim is not working. So those cause fluctuations in salinity that are not met by reactions in the CalSim model. So it's not saying, okay, hey, there's a barometric event, I'm going to change water operations on a weekly basis to try and respond to those. But it doesn't mean that it's not tracking some of the effect of the salinity.
Mr. Reyes, can you quantify at all how often levee failures or unplanned outages occur to the degree that they make the model results different from the actual conditions? Like 10% of years, 50% of years, 1% of years?
That's not something I've looked into. No, I wouldn't have an estimate off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm. Do I understand this explanation as it relates to the short-term action in times of drought to mean that the model is underestimating diversions due to waived or temporarily unenforced regulatory requirements that exist as non-discretionary rules in the model?
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a hypothetical that I'm not understanding all the I guess parameters you're putting around it. So if you can maybe describe that situation that you're asking about.
So you understand that when a TUCP is in effect, it can and does waive portions or conditions included in D1641, for example, that are constraints in the model, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when that occurs, I took your testimony in paragraph 7 here to say that the model results are going to be different than the actual conditions because the model doesn't change the rules, even though the rules in reality did change. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. is that difference in actual conditions that the model is underestimating, or the amount of diversions the model is saying are occurring are lower than the actual ones because the model constraints have cut off diversions at some point or shifted flow in order to meet the regulatory requirement?
Yeah, I don't know if I have enough of an understanding of all the terms of a TUCP, I think sometimes they make adjustments for, let's say, salinity requirements, but I'm not fully aware of what they do to exports. If they also then that simultaneously apply like constraints on exports or things like that. So I don't know about that diversion question that you have.
Okay. If we go to top of page 5, please. The first couple lines here, lines 2 through 4. You explain that facilities, land use, population, contracts, and regulations are held constant over a 100-year period. At what level or at what time period are they held constant?
But yeah, it depends on what you're looking at. I think I'm describing existing conditions as approximately year 2020 and future years as 2040. So those are the time periods that we're talking, fixing a level of development.
So which conditions are constant, the 2020 ones or the 2040 ones?
So I think what we're describing here is we run what we call a baseline or existing condition that is fixed at a level of development consistent with approximately year 2020. And that is one simulation, the baseline or current conditions scenario. And then there's another scenario, which is a future condition scenario. And the ones that were run for the FEIR were for 2040. And they, have a fixed level of development for 2040.
Thank you. Is CalSim 3 capable of running based on 2070 future conditions as well?
Yeah, it has that capability of, intaking different future conditions.
In paragraph 9 here, the screen, the bottom bullet point that we can see at line 12, what is the improved groundwater representation and simulation based on?
There is in CalSim 2, so this paragraph is referencing the improvements made to the CalSim 2 model that are now included in CalSim 3. And so one of those improvements was to our groundwater representation. In CalSim 2, it was a very simplistic groundwater representation that represented groundwater in very large groundwater basins, and so the interaction between the stream in the ground and basin to basin is very rough it was rougher in CalSim 2, I should say. For CalSim 3, what we did is we embedded a groundwater model, which is known as C2VSIM. An aspect of that, we embedded it into the CalSim 3 model, and it has much more detailed information about groundwater layers and groundwater basin sizes are much finer detail. And we have a better representation of the groundwater stream water interaction.
Does that improved detail include data from actual groundwater fluctuations in the historical record?
Yeah, could you expand on that a little bit? I'm not sure if I'm tracking what your question is there.
Oh, I understood that, right, some of the basis for runoff or unimpaired flow in the CalSim 3 inputs was actual conditions. Is there any similar actual condition input related to groundwater?
Yeah, I think Mr. Draper, or Dr. Draper could answer that better than I can.
I think there are two aspects. The groundwater component of C2VSIM was calibrated to historical observation wells. That's one piece. And then the initial conditions for the groundwater simulation in CalSim 3 are based on 2015 observation data. Well,
Thank you.
observation data, well levels.
And in either CalSim 3 or C2B Sim, are there constraints related to groundwater management plans under Sigma?
No, they're not.
Shortly after lunch, and Mr. Ray, I think this was you. I apologize if I got that wrong, but one of you had testified that in response to Mr. Herrick's questions about the monthly input into DSM2 and how that, how accurate that actually is in terms of actual conditions, that you get to, I thought you said within about 15% of actual conditions in most cases. Did I understand that correctly?
That is my recollection, but it was work done 20 years ago. Yes.
Okay. Would you characterize that as a significant difference, Dr. Atalavis?
Can you describe how you mean significant? Like what are you in terms of what types of outcomes or what situation?
So I'm asking your your opinion, right? As a person who deals with these models, is a 15% difference a significant difference in your mind?
Well, I think the 15% is mostly generated off of periods that have events. And when you have an event, you generally have higher flow and fewer water quality issues. The summer flows are usually a lot gentler. And so an interpolated monthly value is usually less compromised in it, fairly steady values of flow. But you would miss operational responses. So for instance, if salinity were coming up and operators have the ability in real time to step up flow briefly to sort of ensure compliance and knock salinity back down, that capability wouldn't be in the interpolate at all, even in summer.
Okay. Do you think that difference is more than negligible?
It's kind of a value judgment that I don't think I'd want to attach. I haven't studied it specifically.
We go to the bottom of page 12, please. Mr. Reyes, you say in lines 21 and 22, any difference in modeling results of less than 5% is typically considered negligible unless a detailed examination suggests otherwise. What does negligible mean in that sentence?
Just reading the top of the entire paragraph to get some context.
Please.
Yeah, I think what I meant there is in terms of calibration. And or maybe more, I should say more on validation when we're looking at things after we've calibrated our models. We calibrate them within a difference of 5%. You know, typically we consider that model to be a sound model to use.
So 5% different from what? Right? If the model result is 5% different from what, is it considered, you know, negligible and therefore a good model to use?
So the paragraph is talking about calibration and validation to observe data. So.
Okay. So if you had a 15% difference with observed data, that would be more than negligible, correct?
You know, like that last line says, unless detailed examination suggests otherwise. And so
Okay.
it also depends on the application of what you're using it for. So, you know, CalSim 2 is a monthly model, and sometimes certain differences may be due to daily or, you know, sub-monthly timeframes that you may have some differences, but for what we're using the model for, it may not be you know, a significant difference depending on what you're using or how you're applying the model.
I want to shift gears, Mr. Reyes, and talk a little bit about the climate change section of your testimony. So starting on page, looks like top of 14. Can you define the difference between central tendency and median for me?
Sorry. Yeah, I'll have if you don't mind, my colleague Dr. Draper answer this.
Yeah, we looked at 2 climate change scenarios for the EIR. The starting point for both of them is the global circulation models. The results or output from those global circulation models have to be downscaled to provide information at a finer spatial resolution. At the time we were undertaking the analysis, there were a total of 64 downscaled model simulations from GCM results. So the main difference between the central tendency and the median is which of those data sets, which of those global circulation models were chosen to then develop changes in precipitation, changes in temperature, changes in runoff. So the central tendency used as its basis 20 global circulation models and what they call representative concentration pathways, which have been recommended, as it states here, by the California Climate Change or DWR Climate Change Technical Advisory Group. the median considered a number of models. It considered 10 models, but those 10 models were selected to be broadly representative of all 64 model simulations. So in one case, you have the CCTAG, Climate Change Technical Advisory Group, recommending that 20 model simulations are most appropriate for use in California. And then for the median, 10 GCM results were used, which were broadly representative of all of the GCM data that was available at the time.
Thank you. Am I correct in understanding that for the FEIR, the 2040 central tendency model was used to model the project?
Both was used. There was a sensitivity analysis using the median, which was included in an appendix.
At the top of paragraph 32, lines 1 and 2, when it says the meteorologic and hydrologic boundary conditions were updated to represent 2040 climate conditions, does that refer to the central tendency?
Which line?
Lines 1 and 2.
Yes, it does.
Okay. You know whether the central tendency or the median was used for the ITP modeling?
I was not involved in that modeling, so I can't answer that question.
The same with me. I was not involved in that ITP modeling. So I think perhaps that could be answered at panel 2.
Ms. Mullen, could we put on the screen the technical memo from December 7, 2023 that I uploaded earlier today?
And I think we should mark it as SF Baykeeper 1. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Busher?
Sounds appropriate to me. Thank you very much.
It was easy to start from 1.
Mr. Reyes, have you seen this document before?
I don't recall, but it's not looking familiar to me at the moment.
What about Dr. Draper, Dr. Atelovich? Either of you recognize this?
I supported some of the initial analysis that we did for the 2070 level of development. I may not have seen this final technical memorandum, but that was conducted as a basis for this memorandum.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to page 19 of the document, please? And I just want to look at the top 2 charts here. I don't need the third 2071. Dr. Draper, did any of your work on this include analyzing or participating in the underlying data for the charts for the 2040 central tendency and 2040 median reflected here?
No, personally, that those data inputs were developed by with the Department of Water Resources. We supplied some of the historical data that Jacob's engineering consultant then transformed to represent these different climate change scenarios.
So I want to just compare these top two charts. Is it correct that what's shown as 0 on both of these charts is the historical reference period noted at the bottom of 1995? 0 on the x-axis.
These are absolute changes. So my understanding on the x-axis, 0 would indicate no change under the climate change scenario compared to the historical conditions.
Okay, so 0 would then therefore represent the historic condition if there had been no change.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And then the light blue bar graphs show runoff, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the dark blue is precipitation, correct?
Correct.
And then the gold color is evapotranspiration, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do I read this correctly that the 2040 central tendency absolute change shows increases in precipitation and runoff for nearly all of those locations?
That's what it would appear. Yes, are you looking at the 2040 central tendency, the top left-hand chart?
Correct.
The dark blue bars are all to the right of the 0, showing an increase in precipitation.
And other than sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that when you're looking at these charts, that increase in precipitation is offset to some degree by increases in evapotranspiration from a warming climate.
So you get less increase in runoff than you do in precipitation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And with the exception of the San Joaquin River at Millerton, which is the bottom set of bars on each of those or on the top left one, those all show increased runoff at those locations as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And am I correct in understanding that as a generally wetter future in this area under the 2040 central tendency analysis?
Yes. When you're looking at these bars, please take into account these are annual volumes and don't say anything about the monthly shift in the timing of that one.
Fair enough.
And typically the timing of the runoff can have bigger impacts than the changes in the amount.
Okay. And then if we look at the top right chart, the 2040 median, that shows decreases in runoff at each of those locations, correct?
That's correct.
And that represents a drier climate future as opposed to a wetter one, correct?
A drier future is measured by annual volumes, average annual volumes.
Okay. And either Dr. Draper or Mr. Reyes, are both of these 2040 central tendency and 2040 median included in what you would consider plausible potential future climate scenarios?
Yeah, it's certainly plausible.
Yeah, they're representations of the different GCMs that were developed for CMIP 5.
Correct. And if we could go up to page 15, please. Dr. Draper, does this table reflect what you described in terms of the 20 GCMs selected and the 10 GCMs selected for those two 2040 analyses?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. We can put this document aside, come back to Mr. Reyes' testimony, please. Can you, Mr. Reyes, can you explain the difference between the analysis using in the FEIR using the central tendency and the sensitivity analysis using the median?
Could you be more specific in terms of, I mean, those are two different inputs for a model, but you know, I guess what is your question?
Maybe I should ask it this way. Can you define sensitivity analysis?
So I think the central tendency was recommended by the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group because those representative GCMs were the ones that best represented California climate historically. And, you know, I think in an effort to make sure we're looking at, like you said earlier, like wanting to examine more of that climate space, the median was developed, which looked at, you know, the entirety of the GCMs available at that time to develop an additional scenario to explore that you know, the range of potential climate futures. And so a sensitivity was performed to, you know, to essentially see if looking at that an additional, you know, climate future would have a different, I guess, would it have a different result, or would you draw a different conclusion about the effects of the Delta Conveyance project?
So does that mean that you ran CalSim 3 with climate conditions of both the 2040 central tendency and the 2040 median in exactly the same way and then just compared those outputs?
My understanding.
Thank you. Who's on the climate change technical advisory group? Is that a DWR only entity?
No, I don't know the exact membership group, but it is a group of climate experts nationally. I don't know if Mr. Draper or Dr. Draper knows any other or anything more than that.
No, I would have to look at the members of the technical advisory group, but they do include academics from universities within California.
So let me try this differently. Mr. Reyes, at lines 4 and 5, you say the central tendency was developed with the 20 models selected by the California Department of Water Resources Climate Change Technical Advisory Group. Is DWR in charge of that group?
They impaneled that group.
Do they fund it?
I have no knowledge of how that was assembled.
Did that same group develop the median, 2040 median, as you've described it in paragraph 33?
Not aware, but perhaps Dr. Draper has knowledge.
No, it was a different group within the Department of Water Resources who developed the criteria for selecting 10 GCM simulations that were broadly representative of all 64 available GCM simulations.
In paragraph 34 at the bottom of page 14 and continuing on to page 15, you discuss sea level rise assumptions. Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Am I right in understanding this to be that you relied on the H++ scenario from the 2018 California sea level rise guidance?
Yes.
And if we go down just a little bit on page 15 to lines 7 and 8, it describes, you describe the primary operational analysis for the DCP using this H++ scenario. Does that analysis include analyzing things like planning the location of the intakes or the diversion points?
I'm not aware of the engineering aspects of the project. So I don't know how that was selected, but it's going off the recommendation of an extreme risk aversion, considering that the intakes would be considered critical infrastructure.
So I appreciate that. And I apologize if I wasn't clear. Is one of the things that analysis was used for by DWR determining the locations of the intake structures?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you agree that the future sea level rise scenario described by H++ in the 2018 California guidance is not physically plausible?
You described physically plausible.
Give me a second. Let me try it this way. Do you have any understanding of the causes of sea level rise in the H++ scenario from the 2018 guidance?
It's been a while since I looked at that guidance, so I don't know what the factors they use to determine that level of sea level rise. But generally, I mean, things like rising temperatures are, is a reason you may see sea level rise.
On line 4 on the screen, it says this guidance includes an extreme scenario called the H++ scenario, resulting from loss of the West Antarctic ice sheet.
Do you believe that is either Dr. Draper or Dr. Reyes? Do you have any opinion as to whether that is today considered a physically plausible scenario?
Yeah, outside of my area of expertise, these were the recommendations at the time. unlikely, but possible.
Okay. We put on the screen the second of the PDFs, the State of California Sea Level Rise Guidance from 2024. And this will be SF Baykeeper Exhibit 2, I believe. Oh. Mr. Reyes or Dr. Draper, have you seen this document before?
I have.
I have, yes.
Okay. We go to page 22, please. And if we could zoom in on the very bottom. Oh, did I do this wrong? Yeah, okay. The last sentence in this paragraph on the bottom of page 22 says the previous description of future sea level rise described by H++ is not physically plausible. Do you have any reason to disagree with the 2024 guidance on that point?
Can you finish the sentence?
As it incorporates too much sea level rise in the near term and a consequent ongoing high rate of sea level rise throughout the rest of the 21st century. Do you have any reason to disagree with the entirety of that sentence on this point?
It does state in the near term. I think this is a discussion about the rate of change and projected sea level rise. In this case, they're looking at 2050. But again, this is outside of our area of expertise, and we were being guided by the previous document at the time we did the analysis. And we were using AR5 projections, not the more recently available AR6 projections. Again, with the sensitivity analysis included in the environmental impact report, there was a sensitivity analysis on 0.5 feet of sea level rise.
We go to page 28 of this document, please. Look at figure 2.3 along with its caption. Mr. Reyes or Dr. Draper, do you disagree with the description in the caption that the H++ scenario from the 2018 guidance is above scientifically plausible sea level rise for all dates?
I can see what this report is saying. Again, I don't have the scientific background to do anything there, but see what you're presenting and see that the 2018 H++ sea level rise scenario is according to this document not no longer seen plausible. But if you look at the 1.8 feet on the y-axis, it would seem that of the scenarios shown, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them at some time would cross the 1.8 foot sea level rise threshold. But again, I'm actually seeing this for the first time.
Okay, thank you. a couple last points here. Dr. Draper, you had some back and forth with Mr. Herrick about the face value diversions, or the face value of diversions under the water rights permits, and whether that functions as a limit of any kind in the model. And I took your testimony to be that under existing conditions, the model does not show DWR hitting the face value limit of its permits. Did I understand that generally correctly?
I stated that I was not specifically aware of the face value limits on annual volumes if you're referring to exports from the Delta. How the model is formulated, we develop operating rules in conjunction with state project operators on how they would operate the project under various hydrologic conditions. So rather than an explicit representation of the water right permits, we're using operating rules that conform to those permits, but they include both. Those operating rules include both discretionary rules for discretionary releases and non-discretionary releases. So in CalSim 3, there is no annual limit on export facilities from a regulatory standpoint, other than we observed rules such as the Army Corps of Engineers limit on inflows to Clifton Court 4 Bay. We include the 10,300 CFS limit on diversions, the rate of diversion, and obviously physical capacities.
Okay. And did I understand your testimony earlier, and I apologize if I misunderstood this, as the 10,300 CFS diversion rate limit isn't something that controls what occurs given all of the other constraints that exist in CalSim 3?
Does it ever constrain? I don't know without looking at more, but I mean, typically, what are constraining? I mean, it's water supply, obviously, but for the water that's available in the Delta for export, is there anywhere to store that water? And what's the annual allocation to long-term state water project contractors? I mean, there are other limits on exports that are coming from the biological opinions that govern both the CBP and SWP, like the San Joaquin export inflow ratio. So there are regulatory constraints on monthly diversions that are incorporated into the model, according to the biological opinions that govern operation of the two projects.
Okay. But thank you. That answers my question. Are the actual historic diversions by the projects incorporated into CalSim 3 as an input at all?
No, they're not.
So CalSim 3 model runs don't tell us anything about what actual diversions were from 1970 whenever through 2009.
No, that's not the paradigm for the model. The model is we talk about this 100-year simulation, and we talk about sort of using data from 1922 to 2021, which I think is very, or can be very confusing to non-modelers. but we're trying to represent current conditions. That's why my colleague Eric Reyes talked about holding land use constant, holding facilities constant, holding population constant, holding regulatory conditions constant. We're not trying to model 100 years starting from 2020 through to 2120. We're trying to model what 2020, all the possible water supply conditions that will be applicable for 2020 or under a model, other model simulation 2040. So we've got if you like, 100 realizations of weather conditions. 2040 could be a wet year, it could be a dry year. So we're using the range of historical weather to represent what could happen, either at 2020 to characterize existing conditions or at 2040.
Yeah.
So
I'm not trying to suggest you should have used it for that purpose. I just want to make sure that it is not being used, or it is not intended to be used to determine what historical diversions actually were.
No.
Okay, thank you. All right. The last few questions that I've got for this group, Ms. Mullen, if we could put the third PDF I sent in, that's a screenshot. Let's see if I can help out Mr. Herrick's questions a little bit.
If there's a gap, Ms. Kinsey, I'd like to correct an error in my testimony a moment ago. Is this an appropriate moment? I'd like to do it
Go ahead and do that, Dr. Atelovich, please.
Yeah, so I stated that barometric pressure was carried along inside of CalSim. That is not, in retrospect, correct. It is used both. So there are two big factors that influence offshore water levels. One is tidal strength, modulates the water levels, and then the other is barometric events. The barometric events and the tidal energy are within DSM-2. And they're within DSM-2 when it's used to train the CalSim surrogates, but the barometric component would not be inside of CalSim.
All right. Unless you have further questions on that, Mr. Busher will bring up the what I think is SF Baykeeper 3.
Yes. Thank you.
Did you recently send it? We can't seem to find the exhibit. Was it sent with the other two?
No, I emailed it separately. Sorry.
We will find it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we have it.
All right, great. So, Mr. Reyes, I'll just briefly describe this while Ms. Mullen pulls this up. So, Mr. Herrick asked you some questions about some terms that were within the DSS output files that DWR produced. And I was able to, a colleague was able to get a screenshot of that DSS output file that includes those terms. And I'm going to hopefully be able to show that to you. And I've just got a couple questions about that.
This is Stephanie Morris for the record. Is it possible to identify, you said DWR produced the files. I'm not aware of what production you are referring to. Can you identify when they were produced?
These were the modeling files that DWR produced. I think it's on March 17th in response to the Public Records Act request that was made by several of the protesting parties here, that are the output model or input and output model files. They're on the AHO's website, but it's a DSS file, so it's hard to download and open easily. But I've got a screenshot of a portion of it here. This is specifically the ITP output run, is my understanding. Ms. Mullen, if we could zoom in on the column that's titled Part B. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Reyes, with that description and this on the screen, do you know the answers to Mr. Herrick's questions about what the terms TUCP trigger 1, 2, and non-numbered mean in the output files from DWR's model runs?
Like I said earlier, I'm not specifically aware of these. And to me, they're like outputs, and based on, I guess, the file you're pulling from, I believe it's
If we scroll
output.
to the right a little bit, you can see it's the output from the ITP run, and it's the DSS file that DWR produced.
Yeah, so I was not involved in developing those models, so, and it's not something that I recall. But again, I think panel 2 maybe will be able to give you a description of what those are.
Anybody else on the panel have any? I mean, let me back up one second, Mr. Reyes. This looks like an output file from a CalSim 3 run, correct? Or a portion of one?
Yes, as far as I can tell, it looks like it's from LTO study 12AV2.
Okay.
I mean,
And
title of it, I'm unaware of even that specific model run, but yes, it looks like something.
are the categories of outputs from CalSim 3 consistent? Would this TUCP trigger be included in all of them as a term or a category?
Not necessarily. Each model, each iteration of CalSim, whoever the model developer is, as they develop a scenario, they can customize code to produce new calculations, new functions, and either write it as output. Maybe an input that is being output to evaluate something, but they don't always have this exact same output set. It can grow or shrink depending on the person that's developing and applying that model.
And as DWR's witness to testify about how CalSim 3 operates, you don't have any more information about what these terms are? The TUCP triggers?
I don't know.
All right, one more try. I'll represent that when you use the graph function within the DSS file for each of those 3 lines that are the 3 that Mr. Herrick identified in his questions, you get a flat line at 0 all the way across. Does that give you any information about what they're for?
What I would suggest.
Objection, this assumes facts, not an evidence. There's no pie graph that's shown here. We have been unable to establish with these witnesses. They are not familiar, most likely, because these are modeling outputs, and they are here to testify about the base model.
Mr. Busher, do you have a response to that? It does seem to me that these witnesses are testifying they don't they have not seen these model runs.
So I agree, and I sort of expected the answer to my question to just be, I don't know, given his prior answers, but figured I would take one more shot with the information I have about that document, given that I've got DWR's CalSim 3 witness on the stand, and I don't get him back if I don't ask. So if that helps you, Mr. Reyes, into understanding what these are, or anybody else on the panel, I'd love to know. If the fact that it comes out as a flat graph doesn't help you, tell me that and I'll move on.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I would suggest that there is code in CalSim that may generate output, but it may be deactivated. So that if you're seeing 0, it may be that the TUCP code in this model run is turned off. That is a supposition on seeing what you've presented, and I'm not familiar with this particular model run.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. So the last line of questions I have, Mr. Reyes, when you introduced your testimony this morning, you indicated that you relied on 3 different groups of documents identified as exhibits in the record. One was 603 through 609, and those are cited for the most part in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also mentioned DWR 202 to 214. Are those cited anywhere in your testimony?
I think 202 is cited, I believe, but I'm unsure.
Okay. And oh, I apologize. 202 is there. Any of the others, 203 through 214, that you are aware of being cited?
Not, I believe maybe not in the testimony.
Okay.
I think
And
they provide background though.
is there anywhere in your testimony or the materials that you attached to it or cited that explains that you also relied on 203 through 214 for your opinions?
Would it be possible to pull up 202 so we can all see what we're looking at?
I don't have any questions about 202. It's cited in paragraphs 9 and 10 of Mr. Reyes' testimony. I don't find 203 through 214 anywhere else. I just want to know if it's anywhere in his written testimony, citations to those documents or a description that he relied on them, or if we heard it for the first time this morning.
Ms. Morris, does that respond to your, I was confused by your question also.
Sorry.
Is there something else that you think might be helpful here?
Pulling up 202 so that the witness can see what we're talking about.
But I don't think I'm sorry.
Respectfully,
I
I'm
don't
not,
think
sorry. Go ahead.
I don't think we're discussing 202. That's where I'm confused. I think we're talking
Yes,
about.
if you pull up 202, all of the other citations that Mr. Busher is referring to are cited in the report for 202.
So
And I
fair
think
enough, Ms. Morris, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I don't want you to testify for the witness. I want the witness to be able to say, these are the documents I cited, and here's where they're relied upon.
That's why I'm asking to pull up the report. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes, do you have a further response based on that exchange?
Yeah, I cited in my testimony, exhibit 202, and then within that, there are the references to the other exhibits.
And okay. And then you referred to AHO exhibit 49. I take that to be Water Rights Order D1641. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you referred to, you identified this morning that you relied upon exhibits AHO 1000 through 1249, correct?
Would you kindly direct me to where you see that?
So that's what I heard from your testimony this morning when Ms. Carroll asked you if you
gotcha.
relied
Sorry.
on certain documents, that one of the groups she asked you about was AHO 1000 to AHO 1249. Did I hear that
No.
correctly this morning?
I think you misheard that.
Okay. Other than the 603 through 609, 202 through 214, and AHO 49, did you rely on any other documents in evidence in this matter, or documents marked as exhibits in this matter, informing your opinions?
I'm just going back through my testimony. And you said HO 1000?
It was 1000 to
please pull that up.
1249.
Show a list of the exhibits so I can determine. Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with that exact, just the exhibit number, but maybe if I see the document, it will jog my memory.
So Ms. Mullen, if you want to put up the AHO's exhibit list spreadsheet, and Mr. Reyes, I'll tell you, right, that is basically the final and draft EIR in this for the Delta Conveyance project, and maybe a couple of other documents, but I think that's what those 250 documents consist of. I'm not trying to hide the ball. I want to understand how you relied on those.
Right. No, I mean, the same thing. I mean, in my mind, it's just the EIR. Right? I didn't know, I didn't track the exact exhibit numbers, but yes, I did rely upon that as part of my testimony.
Did you rely on the entire final EIR as part of your testimony?
Uh, I mean, the entire EIR. I mean, did I read it through it in its entirety?
Sure, we can start there. Have you read the entire final EIR for the Delta Conveyance project?
I have not.
Okay. Have you read the entire draft EIR for the Delta Conveyance project?
No, I have not.
Do you have any basis for assuming that all of the material contained in both the final and draft EIR is true and accurate based on your own experience?
I can't speak to, I guess, things that I haven't read all the way through, right? So,
Okay. You got an estimate for me as to what percentage of those 250 documents or what portion percentage of the final EIR you have read?
I don't know. I don't have an estimate of that.
Do you think you've read 10% of the final EIR?
Mr. Busher, where are we going with this?
Objection, relevance.
He said he relied on 250 documents in informing his opinions. I didn't find that in his. I was surprised to hear that this morning. I'm trying to understand how he incorporated those documents. They weren't attached to his report. They aren't cited in his testimony. It seemed like an overbroad situation.
I'm going to ask a question which may or may not help, but it'll be my question and not your time. Mr. Reyes, are there particular chapters of the EIR that you reviewed in the preparation of your testimony or otherwise relied upon in the preparation of your testimony?
I'm sorry, the particular chapters?
Yes.
Could you, yeah, I guess I was confused by that question, or I didn't hear a question.
Are there particular chapters of the final or draft EIR that you relied upon or considered in preparing your testimony?
Yes, there are.
And what are they?
Appropriate use of models is definitely one. And some of the descriptions of the model development and things there. So I don't know offhand the exact titles and chapters, but yeah, there are elements that I have used as part of my testimony and therefore my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Mr. Busher.
Oh, that last question, Mr. Reyes. I apologize. Did I hear your testimony correctly that there are well, to your understanding, is panel 2 presenting results of analysis based on the climate change scenarios? Or is that not part of their scope? I didn't catch all of your testimony on that this morning.
Objection, misstates testimony outside the scope. The protestants have had the testimony for panel 2 since January 20th.
I think it's overruled. It's a fair question. You can explain as you see fit, Mr. Reyes.
So again, Mr. Busher, could you repeat the question?
You said, I thought this morning, either that there was no results analysis related to climate change being presented by panel 2, or that their only results analysis related to climate change was being presented by panel 2. I genuinely didn't hear your answer and just wanted to clarify which one of those you meant.
Yeah. Climate change was only looked at in the FEIR. And that's what I was speaking to. So
When you say only
yeah, for this proceeding, I don't think the next panel will be looking at results with climate change.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for this panel of witnesses. I appreciate all three of you for your time and answering my questions this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Busher, and thank you to our witnesses. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. I think it's well deserved. We've been going for a while. We'll come back at 4:10, and again, we will have a hard stop at 5 p.m., so you can plan on that. See you at 4:10. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am ready. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I think we had completed cross-examination by Mr. Busher. And according to my list, Mr. Schutz is up next. Is that, yes, I see a hand raised. Let's please bring Mr. Schutz up to the panel here. And there's Mr. Schutz, and if we can get Dr. Atelovit on camera, I think we'll be ready to go. Great. Mr. Schutz, you may ask your questions.
Good afternoon, panelists. My name is Chris Schutz. I'm the Executive Director of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, one of the protestants in this proceeding. Good afternoon. Most of my questions are for Mr. Reyes, but of course, either of the other panelists is welcome to add as is appropriate. Good afternoon, Mr. Reyes. Nice to see you again. Could we please bring up Mr. Reyes's written testimony, DWR 600, and turn to page 4? Thank you. Now, and scroll down, please, to lines 18 and 19. Reviewing quickly, Mr. Reyes, you say on lines 18 and 19, CalSim 3 results should not be expected to exactly match actual operations in a specific month or within a specific simulation or year within a specific simulation period. Correct?
Yes, that's what it says there.
And scrolling down to line, or looking down at line 21, you say the model should be used comparatively, correct?
Yes, it said they're best used comparatively.
Okay. And on lines 22 and 23, you say more explicitly the model should not be used for predictive purposes. Is that right?
Yes, that's what it says there.
And could we, thank you. And could we turn quickly to page 12 and look at line 7, please? Here you reiterate it is crucial to recognize that these models are not predictive in nature, and the results should not be interpreted as absolute values with quantifiable confidence intervals. Also correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Could we please pull up exhibit AHO 65, the incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance project? And when you get there, Ms. Mullen, I'd like page 213. And if you'd scroll down to the bottom, please. Thank you. Now here it says, this condition of approval is intended to here it says, this condition of approval is intended to replicate CalSim 3 modeling assumptions for the project and that reduce the impacts of diversions at the North Delta intakes by maintaining upstream reservoir storage. Do you see that, Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes, in your opinion, is it an appropriate use of the CalSim 3 model to try to replicate modeling assumptions in order to maintain upstream reservoir storage in actual operations?
As I read this, excuse me, sorry. And I'll just preface it by saying, I'm not all that familiar with the terms of this ITP, but as I read this, you know, it's essentially what it looks like to me is it's saying the operation is intended to replicate the assumptions from CalSim 3, which the assumptions, you know, essentially in a model, you know, can be interpreted as an operating rule in real time. But it's just the fact when we're saying what I'm saying in my testimony about not using the model to as a predictor or, you know, of real-time events, is sort of like what my colleague was stating about the 100 years simulation record, and it's not meant to be a simulation starting in 2025 going forward, and 5 years from now, whatever the 50-year simulation says is what we would expect. That's not how the models are used. And in this case, it's actually the reverse. It's saying in real time you would use assumptions from the model to operate, not that the model is predicting anything about real time.
Mr. Reyes, on what page of what document would a state water project operator find a comprehensive list in plain language of the DCP CalSim modeling assumptions for storage operations of Oroville Reservoir?
Those assumptions, I think, for those models which were used for the Delta Conveyance project will be something covered in panel 2, I believe. But I'm not familiar with the exact assumptions.
Could we please pull up exhibit DWR 00111 and just turn to the first cover page, please? Mr. Reyes, this is the State Water Project Delivery Capability Report 2023, published in July 2024. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, I do. If you could scroll down so I could see a little bit more of that cover page.
Yes, if you'd scroll down to the bottom, that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
And could you scroll down a little further, Ms. Mullen? Thank you. And scroll down a little bit farther still, please. Now, at the bottom there, it says, this report was prepared under the supervision of Eric Reyes, manager. Do you see that?
Yes.
So this report was prepared under your direction, is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes, looking through this report, I don't see any description of the storage targets for Oroville Reservoir. Do you by chance know, or could you point us to where in this document one would find such a description?
I'd have to look at the maybe appendices for this that have model assumptions, but yeah, I don't know exactly if it's in. I don't know if you have the full entirety of documents related to this delivery capability report.
Well, I'll represent to you that I downloaded all of the appendices and could not find any description. But if we could please bring up the 2019 delivery capability report, the technical addendum, which I sent to AHO earlier, I think that would help with this issue.
So this is a report, Mr. Schutz, or a document that you had previously uploaded or sent to the AHO?
That is a document that I sent to the AHO, and it's a technical addendum. It's one of the appendices to an earlier version of the document that we were just looking at.
Great. And I think we're looking at it now. So this will be CSPA 1. Does that?
I guess so.
All right, great.
Mr. Reyes did much more work on it than I, but there you are. If you'd scroll down to the bottom, please. And all the way and down further. Okay, I don't see it. Mr. Reyes, do you recognize this 2019 technical addendum?
Yes.
And could we please turn to PDF page 13 and scroll to the bottom? That's fine. So here, Mr. Reyes, there's a section under DWR updates entitled Oroville Carryover Storage Target. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you recall this section?
Yes.
To your knowledge, is the Oroville Carryover Storage Target that's described here the same today as is described in this document from 2019?
Objection, relevance, this is the 2019 document. Are you referring to a different document to compare? And also, objection as to relevance of Oroville carryover storage target in the document that Mr. Schutz just showed. It specifically states that the project does not change operation criteria associated with upstream reservoirs, including Oroville.
That's fine, and I'm trying to ascertain what those Oroville carryover storage targets are. And I couldn't find one in a document submitted as supporting testimony, I believe, from Mr. Reyes for somewhere in DWR's testimony. I'm trying to find the most current description of what those targets are.
Understood, Mr. Schutz. I'll allow the question, but it sounds like we may need some clarity on, we'll probably need the question again and making sure you're clear about what dates and documents you're referring to.
Okay, let's try again. Mr. Reyes, to your knowledge, is this Oroville carryover storage target that's described in this 2019 document still in effect today in 2025?
Objection, relevant, ambiguous as to in effect.
You mean
Is it-
incorporated into the model, Mr. I shouldn't, you should tell me what you mean, please.
Well, let's start with, is it still an operating rule, to your knowledge, an operating rule for the operation of Oroville Reservoir today in 2025?
I mean, based on what you've shown, and again, so this is, I'm prefacing this, I haven't looked at the most up-to-date one to see if we have an assumption call out for Oroville carryover storage target specifically. But these reports, they build off of each other, and often if we don't see an update to it, it does then refer to the previous storage target. However, this is a 2019 report, and there was also a 2021 report. So I can't offer affirmatively if it's the same still. Perhaps my colleague, Dr. Draper, if he has a knowledge of this.
I believe it. It's still over 1.6 million acre feet.
Thank you. And looking at this passage here, Mr. Reyes or Dr. Draper, this change was implemented in 2019. To your knowledge, was there any environmental review conducted by DWR in 2019 when DWR changed its carryover storage target for the operation of Oroville Reservoir?
Stephanie Morris, objection relevant, calls for legal conclusion.
I'm asking it.
Go ahead, Mr. Schutz. I was going to ask about the relevance specifically.
The relevance is DWR has represented that that storage targets will not change. This is an example of a time when storage targets did change, and I'm trying to understand what process would occur or what would have to happen if in fact, DWR to change its storage targets. And I'm not asking about the legal conclusions. I'm just asking about, to their knowledge, was there any environmental review that accompanied this change?
I'm going to sustain the objection. I think that strays outside of the scope. I understand your point, Mr. Schutz, but and I also am not sure that it's an appropriate question for the, it's helpful from these witnesses. So if you could move on to your next question, please.
Mr. Reyes, to your knowledge, is the 1.6 million acre foot carryover storage target for Oroville Reservoir incorporated into the CalSim modeling done for the Delta Conveyance project?
I believe it is. But I would, again, rely on my colleague, Dr. Draper, to confirm.
Sorry, I was busy pulling up modeling. So can you repeat that question?
Yes, is the 1.6 million acre foot storage target for Oroville Reservoir incorporated in the modeling for the DCP change petition?
I think it is. I'm trying to confirm that at the moment, but I believe that is the case.
I see. So Mr. Reyes, you were in charge of you've been in charge of each of the delivery reliability reports for the state water project in 2019, 2021, and 2023. Is that correct?
Stephanie Morris, objection, this state's testimony.
Overruled. I think Mr. Schutz is just trying to understand the role here. So please, you can caveat as you need to.
Yeah, I mean, I've participated in the, production of this report. Whether I was the person listed as the director of or produced under the direction of me, I don't recall for all three of these, but yeah, for the previous one and I'm not, and even for the 2021, I'm not sure because I wasn't in my present role until 2022.
I see. So to your knowledge, Mr. Reyes, if DWR were to change the storage target for Oroville Reservoir in a future delivery reliability report, what process would DWR go through in order to make that change?
Stephanie Morris, objection, relevance, outside the scope of the testimony.
I'll overrule it. Go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
So yeah, could you please state that again? Your question, sorry.
If DWR were in a future delivery reliability report to change the carryover storage target for Oroville Reservoir, to your knowledge, what process would DWR have to go through to make that change?
The delivery capability report follows along any operational changes that the state water project operates under, so as to what would have to happen for our operators to change that, I'm unaware, and I'd be speculating to come up with an answer for that.
Who would be the appropriate person to ask about that?
I'm unaware.
Would that be an operator or a modeler to your knowledge?
Objection asked and answered, calls for speculation.
Both.
He said specifically he wasn't aware what person. I was asking what type of person, if he knows.
You know, for changes in operation, I think I'm not exactly sure how changes are developed and implemented. So yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if it comes, as a regulatory difference or just some change in the way we operate due to changing factors.
I see. And so you wouldn't know whether or not environmental review would be required to make such a change?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
I think, let's move on, Mr. Schutz.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we go back, please, to Mr. Reyes's testimony on DWR 600, page 15? And if we look at lines 16 and 17.
Sorry, Mr. Schutz, I think we're now at page 15. I was confused about the pages too.
I was too, yes. Here you say CalSim and DSM-2 are the best available models to represent long-term effects to this state water project and Central Valley project water system given changed conditions to facilities, regulations, operations, and climate, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
But long-term effects does not mean that at any given time, modeling will accurately reproduce the actual operation of Oroville Reservoir, does it?
So yes, in this paragraph, as I state, it's the best available model to represent long-term effects to the state water project and Central Valley project water system, given a changed condition. And in other parts of my testimony, I mentioned that using these tools in a comparative analysis is the appropriate use of the tool to show effects of changed conditions. So I think, did you ask about a specific, trying to match specific real world operations? This tool is not meant to predict or simulate a historical condition exactly the same.
Thank you. And that's all I have. Mr. Busher covered the rest of my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. So on my list, I have, and maybe we'll just take a moment to go through this and we'll see if we want to get started. I have Ms. Meserve, Mr. Cho, and then possibly some from Ms. Tabor and Mr. Moore. Other than those that I just read off, is there anyone else who intends to have cross-examination for this panel? And I see, Mr. Cho, your hand is up, so we'll start with you. Please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I spoke with Ms. Meserve and she and I talked about maybe switching our order of questioning. I did estimate at the outset that I may have 45 minutes. So I do not know if I'll get through all my questions before 5 o'clock today.
Understood. Thank you. And Ms. Desjardins, if my team can please unmute Ms. Desjardins, do you have an estimate? Do you have questions and an estimate of how long?
Yes, I will have questions, and my estimate is 45 minutes to an hour, but it might be shorter.
Okay, thank you very much. So it sounds like we have, we have not too much to get through on the 7th. My inclination would be, unless there's an objection, would be to break now so that Mr. Cho, you can complete all of your cross in one chunk. And then we would finish up with the remainder of cross-examination. We would allow for any redirect and recross. And then this would be on April 7th. And then we would very likely finish our day quite early on April 7th because we're not going to get to panel 5 until April 8th. So we had already set up that process, but I wanted to lay that out. Are there any concerns or objections if we were to break now and follow that general schedule of things for April 7th? All right, well, and a few more remarks. Thank you very much for your patience today. And thank you as we reconvene and are working through these new processes that are a little different. I really appreciate your going through this with us. Our intent is to send out another set of links for participating in the proceeding. They will look similar to what you received for this hearing. However, we are planning to conduct it as a reoccurring webinar, as they say. So all 3 days that are scheduled for next week will be using one link. So we won't have confusing emails coming every day with a different link for the same hearing. So that is our intent. And I think if that works well going forward for our hearing weeks, we'll have a weekly invitation rather than a daily invitation. And that will hopefully cut down on some of the email traffic and ideally some of the confusion associated with having all of these links. I don't think I have anything additional. Are there any questions about that process? The same would be true if there are others who are not on our registered attendee list. We will continue to use the list that we had set up for today. But if there's anyone else that should be added, please do email the DCP email address and we can make sure that we send out an invitation. Ms. Meserve, please.
Thank you. I guess if there was a way for the link to be good for longer, that would be helpful. I don't know, what's possible given the security concerns that the board, the AHO office has, but I tend to calendar things out with my staff. And anyway, so just a comment, great that it's not daily different, but if there was a way to, maybe go for a month or I don't know what it would be, that would be better.
Noted. Thank you. And I appreciate your input. Noted. We'll start with 3 and we'll go from there. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I think I believe we enabled this I know it's not exactly to your comment, but I believe we enabled the invitation so that it can be put directly on your calendars. I think we allowed that feature. So it will post itself, but I don't know if any of you have tried that. Are there any other questions or concerns? I see a hand from the panelists. I have to swap over here. Oh, Ms. Carroll, your hand is up. I'm sorry. It was over the image of the DWR.
No worries. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask if we were going to be able to go through appearances more quickly by giving the current attendees the same status that we've incurred today rather than having to go through the process again.
We are certainly going to consider how we can conduct this more efficiently and within our security, parameters. So that is a conversation we will continue to have, I anticipate, as we go forward. So I'm not going to, I will do my best as of Monday to cut down on that time so we can speed it along. I appreciate that. And also maintain our new protocols. So thank you as well for that comment. And certainly it took extra long today, I think, because of a learning curve. So we may just see how it goes on Monday and then work from there. But thank you for that.
No, thank you.
Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as somebody who's participating in the hearing, I greatly appreciate your working out the technical issues. I think this has gone very well. There's significant time and expense for me to travel to go to Sacramento. I did do it in the previous hearings, but I very much appreciate this platform and I think it's more efficient for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. All right. Thank you. And thank you very much to our witnesses. I know it was a long day for you. I appreciate your time and your testimony today. And I will see you all on at 9 o'clock on April 7th, and we are adjourned for today.